Okay, welcome back, everyone. So tonight, we raid Duma's basement.
It leads to the altar beneath Duma Tower, but know that it is a path not easily returned from.
No turning back, let's go.
Blast it all! This place is crawling with terrors! So much for be gone to wherever you will, you damn useless priest!
And what is that supposed to mean? You're not actually thinking of leaving Celica in there and running away.
Did you hear me say anything about running away? Give me some credit here, you little snot! Stop flapping your jaws and focus on the fight! I'd prefer not to die here, if it's all the same to you two fools!
Hmm. Ominously absent prep music. Okay. I think this is what we're taking for the final team. Rip Barons. Also, Rip not having enough silver to do additional killer bow levels, but whatever.
Whatever lies at the end of these corridors possesses a frightful aura. It sets the hairs on the back of my neck on end. The lord of this temple awaits. And here I am, terrified of him. But we must press on, if we are to put an end to this long war.
Hey, Aeromath. Yeah.
Hold up, everyone.
Well, almost, relatively speaking. This is a pretty long dungeon.
What is it, Alm?
Someone's coming. It's... Fernand.
What? That voice. Clive? Fernand! Gods, what's happened to you? Spare me your pity. I've none to blame for this but myself. Such trivialities matter not at this point. But you made it here. Then you truly intend to slay Duma? We do, for it was Emperor Rudolph's dying request. I see. Then he must have known of Duma's madness. Duma is mad? Oh yes. Duma is a god no longer. Merely an incarnation of the lust for power. You there?
Yeah? That's me.
Listen well. You must beware of Brakut. He's no longer...
Fernand!
Please, stop Duma. I know I've no right to ask anything of you, but I beg it of you regardless. You're the only one who can end this. Let no one else be tainted by his madness. Let this tragedy end.
Fernand got Duma'd. Not even Duma'd, he got Berkuded.
I will. I swear, I will lay Duma to rest.
Then I leave it to you. Fernand, are you all right? Strange, isn't it? Me, begging boons of you.
Not in the least. I still count myself among your friends.
You always were too nice for your own good. Always so quick to pardon me. Along the way, I forgot how to ask for forgiveness.
Fernand, please.
I knew. I always knew. None of my misfortunes were anyone else's fault. Yet if the world is rotten, then who permitted it to be so? It's me. And no one else. I took anger better aimed at myself and turned it on the defenseless masses. I failed my duty as a nobleman.
Enough, Fernand. You've suffered enough. You needn't flog yourself any further.
Good. I am rather tired. Tired of despair. Tired of rage. But Clive, I'm glad I got to see you one last time. You were right. You chose the right king. You always were the friend I was proudest to.
Fernand? Fernand, no. Don't do this. Look at me, Fernand. Fernand!
I simply won't accept this, Fernand.
Hey, Knight, he got reneged. Yes. Hello, Muhiro. Yeah. Awesome. If Fernand weren't dying, you'd almost expect the two of them to kiss.
I insist you wake up this instant. We're all returning to Sophia together. Fernand? Fernand, say something!
He's gone, Claire. He's gone.
No. Oh, Fernand.
Are you two going to be all right?
Yes. Grief will have its day, but it will not be this one. Right now, let us do what we must. Lead the way home.
All right. Fernand, I wish I could have fought beside you in the army you created.
He's some annoying person. Who's to say Clive cannot kiss him anyway? Well, I don't know. It might be in bad taste. What, Clive is the same mod I was using with emotions? And I'm not sure I follow.
At least now your fight is over. Farewell.
Why is the hitbox on the memory prism so finicky? For some reason, it's only tier 2 enemies in here. I think that changes quickly, if I remember correctly, but it's a little weird that this Myrmidon's a sniper.
Just leave it to me. I've had it. Gotcha. Thank you.
I also completely forgot that we got a battle theme change.
Just say the word. You deserve to lose.
That's how you can tell we're going full epic now.
Fine, twist my arm. Hey, it was you or me.
All right, let's go.
Boo.
Come at me, fools!
Whiff and everything.
Stand back.
The mother walks with me. I feel sharp today. Aware. More focused.
This Silk appears to have decided she doesn't need to gain defense anymore.
Watch me go! Nothing will stop me.
My turn. Now you hate me. It's been fun. Well, look at me go.
Oh, I liked that.
Let's make this quick.
Well,
No more?
just crit.
I still have much to learn.
I'm not sure. Why must we be so rough is... I assume a crit quote, but I don't remember whose it is.
Leave this to me.
So sorry about this.
No, you're not, Python. Don't say you're sorry when you're not sorry.
You make it look easy, Om.
Well, so far nothing but linear. I think it does eventually branch off.
Just leave it to me.
All right, let's go. Just say the word.
Nothing will stop me. The mother walks with me.
Come at me, fools!
Leave this to me.
Watch me go! You never stood a chance. That was marvelous.
The only thing about not bringing Luthia here is that we lose out on the Delphia accuracy boost.
That should do it.
You should be proud.
Stand back. This one's mine.
You forced my hand. A glorious victory.
Ah, no attack.
Close like a book.
Yay, 6 damage.
Fine, twist my arm.
You still can't decide your villager promotions. I'm assuming you're talking about Om's crew, like just Om's crew, but I think they're kind of flexible enough that you can pick whatever you whatever you're inclined toward. You could always do the sort of canon defaults and do Merc Ray, Archer Cliff, and or no, Mage Cliff and Archer Tobin. Or you could do something really silly and make them all mages.
This is the part that hurts. Die!
So be it. My prayers were answered.
Wow!
Too many whiffs. It's a good thing we've got more than a good amount of Seraphim.
Okay.
I hope you were all watching.
You were thinking about two of them as mage? That could be interesting.
I did it! Oh, and you helped her.
Got two mages, one archer. Everyone hides behind Om. Not that that really changes things too much. Om is usually who everyone's hiding behind anyway. Is this the Runelip branches? Oh yeah, because we have to get the scene with Celica first.
That statue. Milla? Is that really the Earth Mother?
But how could the goddess have been turned to stone? Only the sacred blade can seal a divine dragon's power. Look there. The blade protruding from her forehead must be falchion. But given that...
Is that you?
Celica! You're safe! Oh, I'm so glad. Wait, are you alone? Where are the others?
Ah, so this is Om.
Who are you?
My name is Jeddah. I must thank you for disposing of Emperor Rudolph.
Well then, Jeddah. Enjoy your last moments. I'm here to put an end to you and Duma.
Jedi. Yes. Heard that having two mages is surprisingly useful early on. Well, it's ranged, and enemies tend to have lower res, so there's that. Oh, the only downside I can see with that is fire is so heavy. Yeah, and Jeddah being here reminds me. I was gonna swap the banner. I'll swap it maybe next time we get to a save point.
I'll see Sophia restored to Celica.
Oh, you can't! You mustn't!
What? Why not?
If Duma is gone, Ragel's lands will turn as barren as Sophia's have. Even more people will starve.
But Celica, we can't let...
And even if you wanted to stop Duma, you can't. Nothing can stop him now. Milla has chosen to seal Falchion away with her.
What? But then... all this fighting... what was it even for? Father...
Men on teas, you stand at the pinnacle of your respective kingdoms. The hour is come for the world of man to return to the gods' control. It is the dawn of an age of fear and chaos, cradled in Duma's shadow.
A dawn of an age of shadow. Sure.
We'll never let that happen.
Rejoice on teas, for you have the honor of serving as its cornerstone.
Celica? What is he talking about?
I'm sorry, This is the only way. There's no other choice.
The girl will offer up her soul to quell the madness in Duma's heart. She does so for the sake of Rigel and Zophia's people both.
What? No! Celica, you can't! Tell me he's lying!
I'm sorry, Alm.
Do not think me a monster.
Too late.
I shall grant you the time for a farewell. But be quick about it.
Celica!
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me.
This is crazy! You can't do this! I'm going to get you out of here! Just hold on!
You don't understand, Alm. I came here knowing what awaited me.
What?
Back on the island, I had a dream. A dream where something terrible happened to you. So I decided to petition Milla for the strength to protect you. Yet for all my travels, you've still faced terrible danger. And you were even forced to end your own father's life. I'd seen it all. I knew it was coming, but I couldn't change a thing. I failed to keep you safe, Alm.
That's not... Celica, none of what's happened is your fault. You're not to blame for any of it.
But I won't lose you. I won't let any of you die. I don't want you to fight Duma. I don't want anyone to be hurt or killed. That's my only desire in this life.
Celica!
And this is the only means I have of ensuring that comes to pass. So again, Alm, I'm sorry. I wish it could have been different.
Celica really turns into the biggest idiot in the final act. Yeah. She definitely trusts Jenna too readily.
I wish I could have gone home to the village and lived there with you.
Celica, please, wait! Celica!
Alm, I don't wish to be vulgar, but... Well, what is the proper course of action for us now? Emperor Rudolph bade us defeat Duma, but Princess Antise asked us not to. Have we come this far simply to reach an impasse and accept it?
One thing seems abundantly clear as things now stand. The chances of Zophia's recovery are nearly extinguished. With Milla in her current state, there is little hope of change.
No. But Celica's gonna take care of Milla and Duma for us, right? Are you serious, Tobin? You're just gonna sit around on your butt and let Celica die for us? What? No! I don't want that any more than you do. But what other choice do we have? There's nothing left we can do! I'm not giving up. Huh? I'm not giving up on her! Every part of me, every fiber of my being says this is wrong. So we're going to take down Duma and bring Celica home safe. Sure, that all sounds fine and well. But how do we do that exactly?
Same way we've done everything else. By stabbing it, repeatedly. Hey, math magician. Yep, blame Celica for trusting the used car salesman.
Consider your position, Alm. You're no longer just the leader of the Deliverance. You are to be Rigel's next emperor. You must set your personal feelings aside, no matter how difficult it may be. All of Valentia depends on you now. That must be what steers your decision.
Fine. Then I decide to follow the will of the previous emperor, Rudolph. Alm. Oh, come on! What's wrong with personal feelings? All of you fought this far because you hold some kind of hope for the world. It's man's individual hopes and fears that shape the world, that drive it. And that's how it should be. I truly believe that. Should we let the world crumble on a god's whim? Or his absence?
You're right, of course. But
I don't want to lose anyone else I care about. I don't want to see anyone else lost because of Duma. Don't you feel the same, Clive?
even if we escape from Duma's control, a starving people can know no peace. Villains and thieves will arise to feed on the weakest and most vulnerable. Are you prepared to inflict that upon the world?
I will dedicate my life as Emperor to ensuring such a thing doesn't happen. And yes, I know as well as anyone that there will be losses along the way. I think I've learned that much by now. But when I think of the next 1,000 years, I don't want this. I want to leave behind a world where we shape our lives by our own hands, where we make our own mistakes and fix them as many times as necessary. That's a world worthy of a future.
So be it. If you have the determination to see it through, I'll not object. I am yours to command, Your Excellency.
Count me in. I'm not living my life bowing to Duma and his little idiots. I'll take going hungry over that any day of the week. I'm just not sure. Quit your whining and hop on board already. If it were just me, I would. But I have little brothers and sisters to think of.
I will gladly take up a trowel and work the land with them.
Wait, but you're a noble, Lucas.
Such things will mean precious little in the world ahead of us. Myself, I refuse to be controlled by Duma or go hungry. If it means working the barren earth, then I shall do just that.
And you won't do it alone. In truth, I've always been curious about farming. I'm sure we can reap or sow or whatever it is, enough to stay alive. Though I admit, I think all this talk of doom and gloom is entirely premature.
This is great, guys. Count me in too. I'm pretty handy with a plow, actually. I'll show you guys how it's done.
An emperor plowing the fields? I never thought I'd see the day.
Huh? Milla's statue is glowing.
What's going on here? Wasn't she sealed away?
She's calling me.
Alm?
Let's go. Milla is calling to me. We might still be able to pull this off. We have to find a way to the altar.
We can just, like, have Delthea blow up these bars, right? Easy. No? Well, fine, I guess we'll walk. I think there's terrors hiding in these pockets. Or maybe not. Well, there's a chest. If there are terrors, I'll probably trigger them just by hitting the chest. Yeah, sounds about right. These are all thunder, too.
Come at me, fools!
It's a shame we can't reach a little bit further with Faye. Yeah, I guess Delthea is pretty safe. They won't have listed crit and I'll do 4 damage to her.
Let's go.
Just leave it to me.
I could also rescue someone over to attack with.
Leave this to me.
She Matilda's pretty safe too. She has just enough luck not to give them listed crit.
Nothing will stop me.
My turn. I dedicate this victory to you.
Well, that works.
Fine, twist my arm.
He doubles, but he doesn't really have the power to actually one around them. That's kind of annoying.
All right. This is my strength.
Don't mind I'm just destroying Dread Fighters.
The mother walks with me.
That works.
My hand. I expected as much.
Not bad.
Don't know, man. Those bones are hard. Yeah. I'm sure someone's got enough attack. Either Om or Delthea. Instead of mage, you can make them all mercs and loop back to villager and choose a new class. At that point, it probably wouldn't even matter. You could probably stay villager and you'd have so many stats that it'd be nearly untouchable. How about using a pitchfork on May to make her a Pegasus Knight? That probably wouldn't help very much with her bulk, though, would it? I guess it'd eventually get it up to 10, but still, base Pegasus Knight defense is not super. Yeah, the pitchforks are really weird. You purchase, air quotes, the DLC, and it's just like an item that you get for indulging their online store for 0 cents. It's a weird implementation.
Stand back. Sorry.
Lady Luck smiles on me. Thanks, lady.
Better, but Gray's still gonna be giving them listed crit.
Watch me go.
I don't think there are many enemies that won't have listed crit on him.
Just say the word. Not even close.
Please. No. I'm in fine
Nice.
form of late.
Tilda's actually picking up speed.
Okay.
I was
And
quite worried about her bulk for a while there.
it can't be.
We cannot hit this tread fighter because tiles.
Who do you bow down to now?
Thankfully, magic.
That was a fine victory.
One of the pitchforks comes with a +3 res item or consumable. Nice. Oh, Lena. You're asking if my if my ROM has DLC included? Well, DLC is included, but not because it's a ROM. I keep forgetting to swap. Even though the extra speed is nice, I think we kind of want the range here for the moment. No, it's funny. I feel like the mages tend to make the best use of the speed ring because they don't need to use their swap for a weapon for extra damage. Oh hey, another brave sword. It's a shame Cliff can't dual wield them. You forget that I'm on a 3DS. Well, the 3DS capture card is fairly uncommon, so I don't really blame you. Okay. I think going down is... Where to the left is where we don't want to go, because it leads further in. I seem to remember...
It is time, Aunties. Lord Duma is waiting.
One of these is like 2 rooms away from a Mila Shrine or something like that.
Not yet. Not before you've released Milla. That was the arrangement.
I'm afraid that what you ask is beyond my ability. Milla has sealed Falchion herself. We mortals have no say in the matter.
You lied to me!
If you are displeased, Princess, I suggest you point your ire at Milla. Lay blame upon the merciless goddess who forsook her Zophian children. Cease your lamentations and come along, girl. I'll send the boy to you shortly. That I can promise.
No, not Alm! You swore to leave him alone!
How hopeless a fool can you be? Rejoice, Lord Duma. I have brought the brand bearer who threatens your order. Take her soul unto you and feast.
No! Stop! Let me go!
Gasp! He was lying! How dare he? Clearly no one saw that coming.
Such potent energy! My Lord Duma is pleased! You needn't wait much longer. I shall offer up the other brand bearer's soul to you presently. Aunties, I declare you reborn as Duma's faithful pawn. Now go. Fall into the darkest depths and rot with Milla below!
Well, rip. Don't ever trust blue guys. You know you're on the wrong side when you're summoning a giant eye surrounded by purple fire. There should be some warning signs before that, like the maniacal laughter at the slaughter of innocents, but at least once you summon a giant eye surrounded by purple fire, you should probably figure it out. Probably. Mind control plots. We should just call them Kaga plots at this point. Yeah. You'll have us know that the blue man you met the other day is taking very good care of your car. Oh, really? Hmm. Actually, you know what? Since we got that cutscene, I feel like that's probably advancing us. So maybe it was the other turn that's supposed to be the shrine. It's been a while, but I seem to recall it being like immediately, so if we go, say, 2 screens in either direction, it's not what we're looking for, then I probably need to turn back.
Fine, twist my arm.
Watch me go! Thanks for the diversion.
Your supply point won't save you now.
Just say the word.
Oh, I need to actually switch Cliff back to a Brave Sword.
Nothing will stop me.
That is a thing I should probably be doing.
All right, let's go. There we go.
You're really strong.
Leave this to me. I dedicate this victory to you. That was a fine victory.
There we go. Lots of mana herbs down here. Yes, more gargoyles. How dare.
All right, let's go. Come at me, fools! Is that all?
Gray's levels have fallen a lot. Or I guess, level or experience gain.
Just say the word.
Watch me go!
Leave this to me. Stand back.
The mother walks with me.
Which is kind of a shame. That means that he's not gonna stay ahead of the curve for much longer. Granted, we're basically at the end of the game, but still.
Take this! I can tell I'm getting stronger.
Well, it's a very minimal on level, but sure.
You watching? Give it up. You can't touch me!
Well, I guess this is one of those times where we're just gonna beat him down bit by bit because no one's critting.
We could do this again.
You may not have seen the card since then, but you're sure he'll bring it back when you need it. Perhaps. Kage's game later games are generally more grounded. Are they? Are they really? I've heard a lot of things about the same old plots. More grounded in mind control. There we go.
They never stood a chance.
Oh, we got fountains. And, Doom of Basement raw meat. What better quality could you get in meat? Meat and soup. Whatever experience. I think these ones are separate. Not linked, but I could be wrong. More raw meat. Oh yeah, because this is the anti-fatigue fountain. Okay, so I guess that's 2 levels. Who do we give it to? I guess we could give it to Faye. So that she hits 16 and we get a new. Because I don't know if she's actually getting there otherwise. And Om gets a solo part, so we don't really need to pour more into him. Yeah, I think I want to see a new in action. Let's get Faye up there.
I feel the mother's protection.
Oh. Wait, she got a 14? Huh, I thought it was 16. Okay, well, then we have a free level to give to someone else. I kind of want to say Gray since he slowed down a lot. Yeah, either Gray or Clef. I think we give it to Gray just because Hunter's Wally is kind of being a linchpin of support as far as not having to move other units into range, enemy threat range.
Who doesn't love a strong man?
Okay, sure. Oh, this must be the Mela Shrine. Yay, we found it! Cause I remember last time I did this distinctly that I missed the Mela Shrine and went and ended up fighting Berkut first.
I'm gonna level with you. I've always hated how you were better than me at everything. Gray told me I should stop trying to compete with you. But damn it, I just couldn't see how we were in such different places. But I understand it now. You're meant to lead. And you have the strength and ability to back it up. My job isn't to be better than you. It's to be part of your strength. I'm not gonna say I like it, but I can definitely accept it. So I just want you to know that I'll always be there for you.
You know, folks tell me I'm wasting my natural talents. Well, I never asked to be amazing. I'm not even all that interested in magic or fighting.
A little bit of a contrast from, what was it? Last part, or was it the part before that?
My brother's the one who's all gung-ho about it. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad that I have a way of helping you all out. But I sure hope that doesn't end up being my purpose in life because... Anyway, hurry up and bring this war to an end, would you, I want to do what I feel like without folks giving me guff all the time.
Salutations, I seem down. Oh, not at all. Not at all. I simply miss my manor in Sophia. My parents, my nursemaid, the ladies-in-waiting and servants. I wonder what they're all doing right now. If they knew I was washing my own hands before supper, and a supper of dried fish at that, they would simply keel over in shock. Oh, but it would be fun to look fine for a change and attend a grand ball. Do you dance, Ah, I see. Well, never fear. You can learn from me. That is to say... Well, when the war is over, I was wondering if we might have a dance. Just one dance. It would mean so very much to me.
Almond Harem. Do I plan to do the post game? Not on this run. Maybe in a future run. Because I really don't want to dedicate 2 full sessions to a Thebes dive. And we still got Radiant Dawn to do. And we're trying to fit that in before Three Hopes lands, so... It's one of those things of, maybe if there's a gap after Radiant Dawn, but we'll see. Okay, let's see. So if I add here... Because I did want to add this thing. So I was gonna add it at the beginning of the stream, and I forgot until Jeddah showed up. And it seemed a bit awkward to change it right there. Wait, did it add it at the top? Why did it... Why did it add it at the top? I clicked specifically on a layer that I wanted to add it at, but apparently no. There, we'll do this. Oh, never mind, that leaves a gap. Alright. We'll just have Jet over top of this. Seems legit, right? Maybe that turn off, I guess, the barricade? Or maybe these doors, gasp. No, wait, I think this opens after barricade. Yeah, it can't be opened from this side. So, I think that's the checkpoint doors? Buy Duma now and we'll throw in Milla absolutely free. It's great value here at Jeddah Soul Mart. Only the best for our valued customers. Indeed, indeed. I'm sure everyone will be lining up. Muggles. Everyone's favorite. Although it is funny how they somehow have no movement. I guess because they're just flying orbs, so they don't really have much for propulsion, but it's definitely weird that they don't have a ton of movement after Sacred Stones.
Just leave it to me.
All right, let's go. All right.
Shadow Sword this.
I'll never yield.
Maybe we can sit this one out.
Fine, twist my arm.
Really would be nice if Python could pick up Hunter's Volley at some point. Like, soon.
Well, that was underwhelming.
Oh! Ask and you shall receive, I guess.
Come at me, fools!
Was kind of wondering, because we did so much combat with him.
Go you!
Watch me go.
And it didn't seem like it was gonna happen.
Here you go. Who do you bow down to now? I'm waiting.
Well,
Can I top that?
it's attack.
Mother walks with me.
That's about all I can say about that.
Leave this to me.
Nothing will stop me.
Just say the word. Stand back. There we go.
Please watch over me.
Nighty-night.
Actually, the final battle's probably going to be a lot more
Man, I need a nap after that.
flexible with several hunters' volleys. Gold Knights. I see.
Just leave it to me.
All right, let's go. Just say the word.
The crit rate's kind of freaky because these entombed actually have luck.
The mother walks with me.
No more. I'm getting better at reading the enemy.
Not bad.
Making me look bad. This ends here. Success.
Just on things.
Come at me, fools. Sorry.
Watch me go. Thanks for the diversion.
Not bad. Stand back. This one's mine.
Not quite a kill though.
Oh man, look at these muscles.
Whoa, Tobin hit 15 attack. Unthinkable.
Fine, twist my arm. Open wide.
Can I top that?
Nothing will stop me.
Claire actually doesn't have enough damage to do more than 2, or more than 1.
Now you die. Gotcha.
I did it! Oh, and you helped or whatever.
Man, this really shows how the Doom of Faithful were just hoarding all this stuff and letting everyone else starve. It's a dead end? Actually, this might be where Om comes back from his solo thing? I could be wrong. It's been a while. It's definitely more dead ends than I remember. I remember this place being large, but not just like endless dead ends.
All right, let's go. Come at me, fools!
Watch me go!
Wait, is Ragnarok a one-shot on these guys? No. Not... Well, I can't really say not even close, but it's... definitely not enough.
It's been fun. It's hard being this good.
Just leave it to Gray to crit, though.
That's a new one.
Fine, twist my arm.
Just say the word. Don't push me. My turn. Yeah, bye.
Just skill.
I'm imagining things.
Yay, he can be downquest.
Just leave it to me!
We're not doing that, though.
Stand back. Leave this to me.
Nothing will stop me. The mother walks with me.
Not even close. Now you die. Get it up.
On your knees.
Completely necessary crit.
Now it's my turn. Bye now. And we're done. Man, that was too easy.
Just leave it to me.
Just say the word.
51% no crit. Seems legit.
The mother walks with me.
Watch me go. Wrong move. Step aside. Please. Look at that. No. That was amazing. Who's been naughty? That was amazing.
Fine, twist my arm.
Come at me, fools!
Buzz off, please.
Buzz off. The thing everyone wants to tell all witches.
Man, I need a nap after that.
Okay, so now that we have our bearings. This should be the Berkut fight coming up.
There. It's him.
You kept me waiting, Om. Or should I say, Your Excellency. Perhaps Emperor Rudolph II of Rigel.
Berkut, listen to...
Tell me, how does it feel to possess both Sophia and Rigel? I imagine it's wonderful. Though it's a sensation I'll never know.
This isn't a conquest for me. I have no illusions the people of Rigel will suddenly welcome me as their ruler. But my father placed this land in my care, and I'll do anything for it. Whatever it takes to keep Valentia's people safe. The path ahead is a difficult one for us all. So help us, Berkut. Lend us your strength. Rigel's people trust and love you far more than me. You and I are cousins, after all. Family. I didn't think I had any family in this world. And yet, here you are. I know we can be close friends as well. Let's work together, Berkut. Put all we have toward ensuring all Valentia is...
Silence.
What?
Listen to you. Offering mercy and trite platitudes from on high. Work together. Us. Don't make me laugh. Strength isn't lent, it's taken. Pride from the grip of your dead foes.
What the...
So this is what Fernand warned us about. Berkut has taken in Duma's power. He's no longer the man we knew.
No.
The man we knew wasn't exactly the most upstanding person to begin with.
you love up to Duma? How could you? What's the point of power if you have nothing left to protect?
I finally realized something. Power won't betray me. Power won't deceive me. Love ties? Years of life lived together? All meaningless. The only thing in the world a man can rely on is his own strength.
Years of...
Kinda hard to fault Brocade for coming to the conclusion, though. Rudolph really did dick him over pretty hard. By the way, don't offer up the woman you love to Duma, in case you were considering it. But look at that face with Jenna, it's just so convincing. The dying person tells you not to trust Brocade. Let's work together. That's No Setsu. The horse took half the power. That's a lot of horsepower then, right?
Are you accusing my father of betraying you? You're wrong. He loved you. He worried about you to the last. You knew him so much better than I did. How can you not see that?
Silence! I'm tired of listening to your pretty little lies. It's time to leave. Come with me. We'll hold our wedding atop his funeral.
Berkut!
Ah, yes. The thing everyone loves to see is more evasion on boss enemies. And she has a trap, but unlucky for her, we have rescue cheese. I don't remember what the summons are. I don't think they're witches, but I recall them being something kind of annoying. Maybe they're Dread Fighter Ghosts or something, or maybe no, that doesn't sound right. I guess we'll find out shortly. Probably want to fight this with... we could bait him with Delthea. Actually, Delthea's in the wrong place for that. Never mind. Yeah, I guess we'll bait with 19 damage is not great, but...
Alright, let's go.
You can counterattack and kills, and that's kind of the important thing.
The mother walks with me.
That'll show him.
Stand back.
I was wanting one to spawn in this tile, but apparently it wasn't to be.
Watch me go!
Come at me, fools!
Leave this to me.
Nothing will stop me.
Or maybe it's not a summons thing, maybe it's just that thing heals all the enemies. Okay, Renea summons. And it's witches. Of course it's witches. So close.
Just say the word. It's been
Nice.
It's hard being this good.
Good. Now take care of the rest. Fine, twist my arm. Congrats.
Yeah, Hunter's Volley just shredding these Dread Fighters. But I guess these witches are really weak witches. I'm not sure how much room they'd actually have to teleport in, too, the way this is back here.
Go you.
Yeah, that should cover us from witches approaching from the flanks or behind, so they might come from the front, but they'll have to target Dread Fighters if they do that. A used car for the low, low price of your soul. And your lover's soul. Guess you could say Renee has a hot body. Yeah, maybe a little. This vintage Prius can be yours for the price of $24.95 and offering the soul of the woman you love up to Duma. It's only got 20,000 miles on it, and we'll replace the tires for free. Why wouldn't it be witches? I don't know, there's other summons it could be. The game seems pretty fond of gargoyles, too. Although this might be a little annoying if the witches are running into the middle there. If it... You call that a crit? That's a crit. Wow, this Dread Fighter. Took so much focus fire from the enemy to take it down. Eyes. There's such an insane difference in stats on this map. Because these witches are so wimpy that the Dread Fighters one around them, but the Dread Fighters are overpowered by almost anything else on the map. Like, even the Arcanists take no damage. So it's just like stats from the entire game, I guess. Can it really be other summons? Nah, it had to be witches. It could have also been more moguls, because moguls making moguls. You know, everyone's favorite. Cantors summoning cantors.
To have you.
There's not really a good safe spot for Gray and Python right now. This is 30, yeah, 31 attack. Probably don't want to be in range of that. Well, I guess even if I leave Cliff here, this death guy's probably not going for him. Because the Ghost Dread Fighters have less health, or less res. I guess we'll put him here. In case he does get targeted, so this guy's not hiding behind the pillar if he does, but somehow I don't think that's happening. Yeah, the witches got bodied. Because they're like the level 1 and 3 witches, I think, right? No, literally the level 1 witches from the beginning of the game. I think Renee got a little bit ripped off in terms of what she was given for summoning powers. Oh, Harley, you bought Birthright, Atelier, Sophie 1 and 2. Nice. Quite the haul. Yeah, I don't think there's likely to be any other outcome there. These guys... It's funny that these guys want to target the Dread Fighters so much.
You took everything from me. You will suffer for what you've done.
Forget Brokir. Just seeing the ghosts. You can't not see the ghosts. He's gotta talk to them like they're his mortal enemy. These moguls are becoming increasingly annoying now. How much does a new cost? 24 hit points. That's a little bit. Let's see, leaves him with 18. Is that enough for No, he's only doing 16. She has a double with Ragnarok. Yeah, I guess Faye can weaken the one that's... Or take out... Faye and Om can take out the one that's already hurt. Or Faye could do it by herself.
Hey, leave some for me.
Nice. Although it's only gonna be 21. These guys are way too bulky.
Open wide. Sorry, not your preferred outcome? Impressed yet?
Well, we've almost gotten rid of all the fixed enemies. Unfortunately, we've gotten a million muggles in the meantime.
You're making me want to work harder.
I could leave Alm where he is. I think I want to move him in, though. Just so that if the Mire guy goes for him, the Mire guy has to overextend. Yeah, once we take care of the Mire, at least the Bow Knights can start picking apart the Muggles. But I'm not too fond of having a moving Cantor constantly cropping out more eyes here. Good night, Knight. Thanks for watching. Have a good sleep. Actually, I wonder if the illusions are gonna be constantly distracting her, because she's using her turn for Entrap instead of summoning more witches. There we go. No more Mire, dude. On with the moves, dodging all that. I'm actually surprised the Dreadfighter Ghosts haven't been crit yet. So that's a pretty non-trivial crit, as far as the amount of attacks incoming go. Okay. Chases the Dreadfighter up there. Unfortunately, I think my summons are all gonna get themselves killed here, because these Muggles really destroy them. So they weakened quite a few, surprisingly. Okay, I think the level 10 one is the primary summoner, so we want to get rid of it.
So sorry about this.
Probably want to put in the middle of this, although I guess you won't be targeted with the Dreadfighter ghosts around. Nice whiff. That's why we have Gray for coverage.
I see we are in good hands. I was taught by the best.
I'm proud to know you. This is my strength.
Maybe we can sit this one out.
It's a completely necessary crit.
You're really strong.
Matilda gets doubled by the level 5 ones. Not for much damage, but still. Almost distracted Renea for another turn. But I think she might actually summon witches this time. Oh, there's a Mogul crit. But we've pretty much cleaned up the Moguls, so it's fine. Actually, these Dreadfighters will probably end up killing 2 of these witches already, so... No, not quite. Shame. Or... never mind. The witch hiding in the back there. I bet she's just looking for that opportunity to try to snipe one of the bow knights.
Now you hate me.
Captain. 99.
We're lucky to have you.
Sure, why not?
That was amazing.
As long as these invokes can keep distracting Renea, we shouldn't have to worry too much about witch spam.
Come at me, fools!
Ooh, actually using Seraphim. And then Berkut just going for that one super low health Dreadfighter. Yeah, what's Renee's defenses? She has 12 defense. Seems a little excessive. And the support between Berkut and Renee, I think, drops crit rate by a lot. Mine, actually, she's got 0 luck. So this prayer ring actually doesn't give her any chance of proccing Miracle? What? Not quite. If the hit rate were higher, I might try going for a new here, but I don't like that 69. Even though it's 2 attacks, it's still pretty iffy. I guess I could make it 4 by having Python go in there too, although Python's hit rate would be a little bit lower. So I don't really trust that. So instead we'll just troll the crap out of Verkate and Renea, because that's what we do. Got her. Not even a comment from Verkate. Rip Renea. Hey cat, yeah, just in time for Verkate resting. You wanted her to get +1 luck for Witch Slain? Yikes. Maybe somebody that doesn't have a soul anymore isn't the brightest tool in the shed when it comes to equipment choices. Perhaps, perhaps.
Open wide.
I'm glad you're here.
We won't seriously try to attack him until we're into the next turn, because a lot of our damage is not in range to really deal or team up on him. And then Gray was already used up his turn on Renea, so we'll just spend another turn for Brigade. I think we're gonna end up with Brigade surrounded and Om not really able to get at him with the Royal Sword. Oops. Oh well. Yay, 8 damage.
Hello and goodbye.
Alright, we got him next turn. Yeah, if we hadn't blocked this, actually I could rescue out this. Can I actually finish him off with here? We need to hit both. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. I was also thinking of renewing Delthea, but she doesn't quite do enough damage for that. Since Phantasm drops her Ragnarok damage to 17. Wow. One of them actually survived. It actually drops it to 16. Nice.
Is it okay for the goddess to pick favorites like this?
No, I have to do it.
I can take them. Here you go.
Now we're cooking.
Why, Berkut? To have finally found family after all this time. Why did it come to this?
I have no family. Nor do I want for one. Now stop talking and finish this. End me. And you can stand alone as inheritor of Raquel's royal blood.
I never wanted that. Don't you get it? I've spent enough of my life alone.
You know, aside from Gray and Tobin.
Renea? Renea? Is that really you?
Dear proud Berkut, even without crown or throne or castle, you were ever my emperor, a just, right, and noble man.
Renea?
You were born to lead. This just wasn't your empire. So come with me now. Let us find our empire together. If you'll still take me for your empress.
You're right. You were always right. The moment I turned to a power beyond myself, the man you loved was dead. Renea, forgive me. If you'll have me, I'd be honored to set out with you.
You hate how accurate Jenna the used car salesman is. Why do you hate it? You're hearing a low rumbling noise? Oh. Hold on. turned down my air filter. I don't know if my mic was actually picking that up, since I don't think it had issues with it before, but... You hearing anything now? Because if you're still hearing it, I don't think it's the stream. Happens once every few minutes? It sounds like someone's stomach is growling. I don't think that's anything in here. Was it only happening when I was talking, or was it, during other parts? You hit it because you didn't realize how accurate it is until now. Well, I have to credit Yoshi for first coining it here. I just felt I had to make a bad Photoshop afterward. It's hangry as soon. If she were more gluttonous, I might believe it, but she's actually a snacker, so she doesn't... I don't think there's any point where she should be hungry, because she's constantly to and from the food bowl.
Berkut! Is that you, Olm? Here. Take this.
A ring?
A memento. Of my mother. Let it be of some use.
Berkut, no! Please. I don't want to be alone again. Help me rebuild Rigel. Tell me about my father.
You're not a child anymore. Oh, you must make Valentia a land not of gods, but of men. A world where people never again are corrupted by divine power. You can do it. I know.
Well, no promises, Barricade, because there might be a fell dragon and a cult, and you know what? Don't worry about it. Was the car worth it, Barricade? I don't know. Was it? This cat's pretty gluttonous. He's chunky. He doesn't really look it from the pictures, though.
Berkut! Berkut! Why? Someone please tell me. I never got to know you. Or my father.
It is nice of them to give a save after that, when there's not a real save point. Keepsake ring. Oh, 5 skill, 5 luck, 5 res. Interesting. You kill them all. Well, technically, it was Dorothea, but you know. all the dump stats. I don't know about that. Res is kind of valuable. And like, in moderation, luck is kind of crucial too. Skill is oddly not great, but it's there. Like, double guys of death.
Fine, twist my arm. Come at me, fools! It's been fun.
You're making me want to work harder.
Watch me go!
Oh yeah, Clara has the support with Delphia.
Nothing will stop me.
Is this gonna be their A rank? Yeah, I think it's their A rank.
Greetings, Delphia. I was hoping we could speak a little more about Luthier.
Oh gods, what now?
I was just thinking how you were exactly right about him. Gifted mage or no, he clearly inhabits his own bizarre little reality. I understand now why you might be so horrified to share his blood.
Well, yeah, obviously, duh. Wait, did I say horrified? Because, I mean, he does kind of sort of go out of his way to help others. So while he's no hot stallion like Clive, I don't know if he's all that bad.
Hot stallion like Clive, oh god. Cornered by 10 units, all I'm looking at was him. Fair, I guess.
Lou's just... I don't know. Lou, I guess. I didn't mean to give you the impression that I hate him or anything.
Just as I suspected.
Huh? Hey, wait! Did you just trick me into saying nice stuff about my brother?
I merely wanted to know how you truly feel. And I must say that I'm relieved. Because now I know you love your brother every bit as much as I do mine. We must spend more time together, you and I. We have so much in common.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really big on mind games. But I do like talking to you, so... Oh, alright. I guess we can be friends.
Splendid.
Okay, that was a conversation. There we go. 100 hit Ragnarok.
Who do you bow down to now?
Just say the word. My turn. Here, bye.
Yay, we got penetrate. Which is, I think it's plus 20 hit. Not too keen on losing the double for it, but on the other hand, 20 extra hit. Although the displacement can make it less attractive at times, depending.
Just leave it to me.
Because we don't always want to end up on the other side of the enemy. Right. We'll see.
The mother walks with me.
Stand back. All right, let's go.
Actually, this guy can reach Gray. It should be fine. So he's not critical, but Gray will probably take a bunch of damage for it.
It's hard being this good. Don't push me. Give it up. Very amusing. Full marks.
Well, it takes a crit, but Cliff can at least one round some of the Arcanists.
Sure, why not? Okay.
You're unstoppable today.
Buzz off, please.
Nice.
I'm spent.
We are lucky to
Hunter's Volley just doing all the work.
Here you go. You never stood a chance. I did it! Oh, and you helped or whatever.
This was a very important conversation about how hot a stallion Clive is. He is pretty good looking, but way Delthea puts it is pretty special. Yay, teleportation. True path lies in the divine symbol.
All right, let's go.
Well, this supply is very conveniently placed for bow knights.
Take this. I can tell I'm getting stronger.
Alm has decided he doesn't want speed anymore.
Just leave it to me.
Stand back.
Watch me go.
The mother walks with me.
Just say the word.
Gotcha. No more. Thank you.
Hey, just having the time of her life with those crits.
This is how it's done. There we go.
The Dread Fighter's having silver swords now, though. Spooky.
Every time.
No crit, huh?
Nothing will stop me.
Crit from Claire. Sure.
A glorious victory. Have you ever seen such physical perfection?
That was a fine victory.
Most of the other physical units. Just saying, Claire. Bit of a maze. Yeah, I figured there was some enemies that were gonna add there. That's why I didn't wanna fight if I didn't have to, but oh well, I guess, or at least not fight too far in, but that's fine.
Watch me go. Nothing will stop me.
The ads we got are just all really low movement enemies, so it's not a big deal.
Come at me, fools! Stand back.
Fine, twist my arm.
Sorry. It's hard being this good.
Sorry, not sorry.
Hey, good job. Just leave it to me. See ya. Here you go. Woohoo! How great was that?
Less work for me.
The mother walks with me.
Leave this to me.
Well,
Just say
have
the
more
word.
than worked out.
Let's go.
You never stood a chance.
We're lucky to have you.
You and me.
It's actually surprising how comparatively bulky Tobin is, even though he's not got that much defense. It's at hit point level.
Take this. There we go.
Stealing all the glory again.
Who's been naughty? Woohoo! How great was that? Is it okay
Very
for me to
nice.
pick favorites like this? I did it! Oh, and you helped or whatever.
Another teleporter. So before we go there, let's see what was down the corridor. Well, dead end. The lion's tail. I guess technically, if we look at the curve, it's pointing down to this one. Hmm. Might be overthinking it. Maybe it's just the top right. Snipers. I see.
Just leave it to me.
All right, let's go. Come at me, fools!
Watch me go.
Just say the word.
The mother walks with me.
Nothing will stop me.
You can't touch me!
Wrong move. Gotcha. Did you see that all?
Yeah, being a dread fighter, not saving him there.
This ends here! Bye now! Ha! Is that all?
We are lucky to have you.
Fine, twist my arm.
Fine. Gotcha! Who do you think I am?
Cliff actually cleaning up archers too. Nice.
Don't push me! My turn!
Yeah, these snipers actually can't really escape Cliff.
They never stood a chance.
It's a good thing he gained a bit of extra defense to make pursuing them less dangerous. Actually, it could be, if it's not the curve back towards us, then it could be interpreted as fronting upper left. Yeah. And this time we didn't pull ads. Because,
All
I don't know.
let's go. This is how it's done. There we go.
Okay then.
Just leave it to me. I've had it. Step aside. I was taught by the best. I feel the mother's protection.
You're making me look bad.
Yeah, she's not doing too well for speed, but... Other sets, her defense has been kind of not great either. It was really good early on, and then she just kind of stopped.
Watch me go.
Stand back. Just say the word. You watching? Get it up. Very amusing. Full marks. Go you!
Nothing will stop me. See ya.
Yeah, that was necessary.
You make it look easy, Alm.
All right, let's go. Come at me, fools!
Double 75 miss.
Watch me go. Nothing will stop me. Here you go. Whew. Just leave it to me. For home.
Just crit.
Stand back.
Fine, twist my arm.
We haven't seen a Tobin crit in a while, though.
Buzz off, please.
I know the Excalibur is kind of on the lower end compared to what, say, the Bone Knights are running, but still.
Leave this to me.
The mother walks with me.
It can't be.
Did I mention that tiles are annoying?
Not your preferred outcome?
Just everyone getting a free 20 avoid because why not?
I did it! Oh, and you helped or whatever.
Okay, well not those two, so I guess we're just gonna assume upper right? Yeah, so I think I was overthinking it there. Earth Mother Swin Rocks. Ah yes, I guess we need to go get the Celica cutscene. Is there anything to loot? There's not anything to loot.
What is this place?
Why, it's a treasure vault, of course. Isn't that obvious? Hmm? What's this say? These doors bar all save those of royal blood.
The royal treasury. This is where Falchion was supposed to be stored.
So we've been told, yes. Though I believe it found a new home in Milla's skull. One shudders to think of it. Regardless, we've no business here.
You sure about that? I doubt Falchion's the only trinket tucked away in there. Who knows what might be left? Gold? Jewels? Magical doodads? What you think, Alm? Maybe so. Huh? The brand. It's glowing. You okay there, buddy? I'm feeling something strange. I need to take a look. Take a look at what? Alm? Hey, where are you going?
Where do you think he's going?
What in the... Oh, come on. I can't get past.
It appears the vault really does bar all but the royal family. How cheeky! But oh dear, I do hope Alm will be all right on his own.
I don't think Alm's gonna have too many issues. Treasure Vault. Only Regalian royalty may tread within. So, you know, screw Celica, too. Yeah, most of these enemies don't deal damage past his defenses.
I can tell I'm getting stronger. This ends here. You're not even close.
Actually whip that 80. Wait, this guy didn't move? Weird. With an 80 and an 81. Good job, It's a good thing these guys are harmless to you.
You can't touch me.
Double 80 whiff. Nice.
This is my strength. Take this. That should do it. You're mine.
Hey Brad, this game is so much longer than you remember. The random fights really tack on the time. Yeah. The dungeon crawling is like half the game. And hey Yoshi, I think your first playthroughs are at right around 100 hours. I think mine was as well.
This is how it's done. That should do it. All right. This is my strength.
And then even, like, the story battles have cantors that usually draw it out by another 30 minutes minimum, too.
That was a fine victory. I can't keep this up.
Sure you can, just, eat some soup. Or drink some soup.
Better.
And eat some flour.
I feel a little better.
It's-
I feel a little better.
Yeah, these are even weaker than the ones we just fought. Although they're faster, are we gonna be able to... Yeah, we still double them.
Alright, let's go. This is how it's done. I'll never yield. All right, you're mine. That should do it. I can tell I'm getting stronger.
Almost avoiding speed again. Although that was a pretty good level up in terms of raw points.
There we go. You can't touch me. Success.
These rooms are funny though, because it's just like, this is the part where we feed your a whole bunch of levels.
All right. Not even close. This is my strength. This is how it's done.
Alright, well, missing gets us more experience. Yay!
You're mine! This is my strength! That was a fine victory.
So he's gonna actually slightly damage him, but he doubles them. So kind of whatever.
All right, let's go. You can't touch me! I'll never yield! I can tell I'm getting stronger.
Yeah, we got 35 attack, but we refuse to gain speed.
This ends here! This is my strength!
Also fun with one-shotting enemies with question mark health. Oof, the double 81 missed again.
This is how it's done! Success! I feel a little better. This ends here! This is how it's done! There we go!
Actually, the white dragons are squishier than the necro dragons.
Victory.
Fine meal, yes. Gotta eat that water.
That's... What are Milla and Fulchen doing here? And what the heck happened? Celica! You're all right! Celica! Celica, what are you doing? It's me! Celica?
Your words can't reach her, boy.
Jetta!
The girl has already offered up her soul to Lord Duma.
Wait a second. Jetta's in here too. What a cheater.
What you see now is a husk, a witch, a puppet loyal to the Dark God's will.
No. No! Celica, please! You have to wake up!
Go, witch. Offer up your fellow brand-bearer's soul to your new master. Ah, the sight of Fate's twin children fighting to the death. How marvelous! A reenactment of Duma and Milla's struggles from legend.
Celica, don't do this!
Listen, Ohm. You have to stop me before I kill you. You know what you have
crazy? You know I can't do that!
Hear me, bearer of Duma's brand. Grasp Falchion now in your hand.
What's this? What is the boy doing? Impossible! No one should be able to unbind that blade!
That's kind of comical.
Gods, no. Don't leave me, Celica. You can't! Celica! Celica! Say something, please! Celica! Celica! Celica!
Way to go, Milla. You enabled Just stab away all your problems.
Oh, Celica. Thank goodness you're okay. But how?
I don't know either. But I heard a voice. A very kind voice. It said everything would be alright. And to have faith in Falchion. Look. What is that?
Aunties. Children of fate. Bearers of the brand.
That voice.
I am Milla. Your kind call me Goddess.
Finally one break for What?
Together with my brother Duma, I shaped this land.
Earth Mother.
Some have called me by that name. But no such power remains within me.
What?
See well Falchion, which you now hold. It was carved from the fang of Naga, ruler of dragons, to sever the gods. For Naga knew there was but a creeping madness waiting at eternity's end. It is a ruin all dragons share. An then the only end is one of total destruction. Thus it was that Naga bestowed Falchion upon Duma. She did so to prepare for the day our madness would drive the land to ruin. That the people might have a means to destroy us. That Falchion might become the fangs they lack, and the hope they deserve. And yet, in my foolishness, I sealed the blade away. I did it to protect my brother. I loved my brother, even as we loved mankind. Where we strayed, I cannot remember.
Milla.
Alm, aunties, children of fate. You have overcome much to reach me here, and I thank you both. You have shown me the strength possessed by mankind. Perhaps men have long been walking on their own, without our aid. Perhaps I simply refused to see it. And alas, Duma was no different. I entrust Falchion to your care. I pray you will use it to free my brother from the depths of his pain.
Milla.
Let's go, Celica. We have to save Duma. For her sake, and ours. Listen, Celica. I know you sacrificed your own life to protect me and the others. But I never wanted that. I couldn't ever be happy in a world you died to create.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Don't apologize. Just know that I need you, alright? Without your wisdom, all I know how to do is fight whatever's in front of me. So please, will you fight with me? Believe in me. Believe in us. Believe in our combined strength.
I do. It's as Milla said. We've had the strength to live and fight for our world this whole time. I lost faith in that somewhere along the way. But right now, it seems the most obvious thing in the world. I trust in mankind like I trust in you, Absolutely. And without hesitation.
I feel the same, Celica. This isn't where things end for us. Even without gods, this world has a long and prosperous future ahead of it. Now let's go claim that future together!
A future where we end up with Woolheart. Aww. I'm sorry, I know you just got Celica back, but looks like Milla is here to propose. Milla doesn't have much of a body left, though. Yeah, Alm found out about his father right after he killed him. Had to fight the only relative he had to left to watch him pass on, and then had to stab Celica. I guess at least Falchion's relatively lightweight. Its hit rate is pretty garbo. Put me right there. I think this door opens to lead back to the save point. Or I guess Milla Shrine, which is might as well be the same as the save point. So I think that double door is actually the final battle. which I guess we'll try to do tonight. It's gonna be a bit long. To be fair, apparently Walhart's ultimate goal is to stop Grima from being resurrected. I mean, that's what he set out to do. And according to his supports, he got distracted by power and started worshipping power for power's sake. Gee, I wondered... I wonder where we've heard that before in this game. It was a friendly stab, obviously. Alright, I gotta go refill my drink and then we'll, hunker down to go fight Duma and his small army of witches and cantors. So be right back. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, all the post-game paralogs, their recruits have supports with Robin that basically elaborate a little more. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Walhart just hated all gods, not just Grima. Funnily enough, I don't remember Yin-Pei supports. Mostly, I just remember that Gangrel and Walhart both talk about getting seduced by power. They're like, yeah, we set out to make to make a difference. and then, yeah, they kind of did make a difference in exactly the wrong way. You saved, right? I guess I'll save again just in case. At least I think that door is the last area. Maybe I'm forgetting more of the dungeon, but I think the double door is pretty much it.
Just leave it to me.
All right, let's go. do it.
Maybe we can sit this one out. Wrong move! Gotcha!
He gets that 33 an awful lot.
I'm proud to know you.
Watch me go!
Come at me, fools! Sorry. And we're done. What was that?
Well, attack is almost the only stat that really matters at this point with Hunter's Volley. Technically, skill and luck would get us more hit, but
Open wide.
Gray is generally accurate enough that he just needs more oomph behind his attacks.
There.
Gross eyeball sounds. My favorite.
Who's been naughty?
I see we are in good hands.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting 2 experience for a kill.
So sorry about this. Sorry, not your preferred outcome? Impressed yet?
Huh.
Can I top that?
Not really any of the stats Python needs, but sure.
Stand back.
The mother walks with me.
Hey, it was you or me.
Yanfei's main thing is that he comes from a world where Sari died. I remember that much. That's kind of part of his paralogs, so you don't really need to get into supports for that.
Oh, and you helped or whatever.
Although, unless he wasn't, or she wasn't held over his head, unless he kept fighting Walhart and delayed Walhart's conquest by about a decade. It's a big part of why Lucina and the other kids managed to get as old as they were before they traveled back in time. I see. Yeah, Selka's with us, but we don't get to use her yet. Just imagine Alma still bridal carrying her through all these fights. Sure. Seems legit. Wait, am I going... I don't know if I'm going the right way. I think we took the wrong exit. Yeah, we're supposed to go to the end of the hall. Don't you just hate it when you're going down the highway and you take the wrong exit? Oh wait, Selka's here waiting for us. She's not actually with us. She went on ahead. Door opened. Gasp! I never would have guessed. The animation was clearly not enough.
Let's be ready for anything.
Well, here we go. Strange how all the stairs in this dungeon seem to go up as you're getting deeper. Yeah, it's... I guess it's almost like we're going under something, because we do end up in Duma's Tower, but it's like the basement of Duma's Tower. So I'm not sure who architected this, but they were crazy.
May, everyone, you're safe. You have no idea how happy this makes me.
Right back at you, sister! That chump Jetta's magic sent us off to who knows where! We were surrounded by terrors and junk! I thought we were dead meat! Then we heard this weird voice kinda talking, I guess? So we followed it because, hey, why not? And that's how we ended up here.
A voice? It must have been Milla.
No! No! This cannot happen! Falchion seal broken? Foul Miller! Duma is your brother! Would you truly betray your own kin?
Stand down, Jetta. Your schemes end here and now. Prepare to pay for your atrocities.
Rudolph's worthless spawn! You're both disgusting heretics! How dare you wish harm on Duma!
Open your eyes, Jetta. No matter how it pains you, you must see the truth. Duma's gone mad. He brings only suffering to his people now. This is the Divine Dragon's fate.
Silence, girl! You know nothing of what you speak! And if suffering is the gods' will, what of it? Without their strength at its foundation, Valentia cannot sustain life.
No, you're wrong. It's time for us all to stand on our own feet. To live as free men and women.
Foolish boy. You truly believe such heresy to be possible?
It is possible. We've come all this way to prove it.
Presumptuous human child. Go on then. Prove me wrong. Show me the strength to stand alone. Show me the true limits of man.
All the named enemies. Hades and Cerberus and Naberius. Is Jedi with his Animus ring? Uses hate to raise the range of tomes. Don't remember what that actually does. I guess it's not showing his death as having more range. And remember when I said we didn't actually kill Hestia? Or Marla? Not sure who this guy is or why he's here with Medusa, but he is. There are a bunch of guys with actual faces here, and it's just like, who are these people? Why are they here? Cool music ahoy, indeed. I guess I can actually rearrange. Oh yeah, I guess we can mark off the triple hunters volley too, so that means I should, before we start this battle, pay out one more bingo of subs. Let's see. Guess it's gonna be 3 since 2 of those are already part of a bingo line. Yeah, we've gone the whole game without getting hit by a sub 10, mostly because we haven't actually ever been able to get our hit rate that low. Or the enemy hit rate that low. Like, I think the lowest it's been has been like 15. It's like 15 or 17 or something in that range. It's just, we can't really get that low or that much avoid for the most part. Because like, even when we were camping the graves, those Necro Dragons still had like 15 or 17 hit on Conrad. Yeah, dodge taking in Echoes is hard. I mean, it's not super hard just because a lot of the enemies don't hit that hard, as long as you don't have to fear getting crit gibbed. So even if you fail to dodge a couple times, it doesn't matter that much. So Leon and Gray and Python bringing in that final bingo tile. I don't think we're gonna end up getting any of these other ones. Because we have no way to promote another Dread Fighter. Alm's not gonna be using the killer bow. I guess the why must you be so rough could happen if it's the character. Because I don't remember what character it is. It could come up, I guess. But I would probably put the odds at slim since we haven't managed to see it yet. It's Leon? Really? Huh. What's supposed to trigger that then? Is it if Leon gets really hurt, or... Alright, so let's double check this. Yeah, so 2 of these have already been part of a bingo. So we're doing 3 subs. You think it's his death/retreat quote? Is that so? Huh.
And now!
Alright, well, congrats, Murgurger, Dominiquenico, and Strawberry
now.
Lemonade. Enjoy your emotes and ad-free viewing.
And now!
I guess Alm might actually need to hang back and fight these guys. So I don't really have other characters that are really taking a phase kind of there. Actually, 26 defense. Still feel like Alm would do better, especially since 2 of these are Dread Fighters. And Alm is also actually fast enough to double the Dread Fighters, too. Just barely. He's like 2 points over them. Yeah, so we'll probably just set up Alm's team to get rid of these guys. I think Selka's team shouldn't have too much trouble pushing out of here for the moment. Because we'll want to make sure we get rid of as many of the named guys as we can before we end up getting drowned in the Cantor spam. Saber doesn't take damage from the Muggles. He doesn't double them though, that's kind of annoying. Although Conrad can. It's reclass ridiculous Conrad. I guess we can also save here too. So it was kind of pointless to actually save at the Mela Shrine. Oh well. Alright, I think that's our plan. And then I suppose once we get up here, Conrad can take these guys on. I think he's... Yeah, Conrad is just so overstated, it's just, like, he can fight pretty much anything. Alright, so we're gonna have to warp Alm too up here, because he has a crappy starting position and he can't change it. I didn't look at Duma's stats. Oh yeah, he has upheaval too, so we need to be conscious of that.
Merciful Milla, I carry your will within me. I will see Duma freed from his suffering.
I don't think I actually brought Silk last time too. I think she got dropped for Tatiana. Is there actually... There is a feature for it. We haven't used it the entire time, but I don't remember if there's a mini-map feature. Oh well. I'll just count it manually.
Alright, let's go.
Actually, do we want to? We might want... I don't want to fight all of them at once. But they both crit him. What? That's what, 36 plus 7. He doesn't die.
This world belongs to Alm, to all of us. There's plenty of room for hope in it, but there's no room in it for you.
People who go on and on about power are just the worst.
Even without gods, I have my friends. With them, I can survive anything.
This business of relying on gods and so forth all seems quite absurd to me. The creepy man will excuse himself now.
And he will no longer sell used cars.
Come on! Who needs gods when you're as strong as me? Watch me go!
I alone will decide who I choose to worship. But I can promise you one thing. It certainly won't be you!
All we're asking is the ability to live as we think best. Is that really so bad?
It's all strength and power in you. If you're that desperate for a show of force, I'll be happy to oblige. Duma, O ancient benefactor, consider this an act of mercy. A great god is deserving of a proud and glorious end.
I don't think I had Conrad last time either. Their luck is pretty shabby. How much crit will they really have? Well, they've got skill though. So they've got... it'd be 11 crit, and then Alm drops that by 7, by 9, so 2% crit chance. So unlikely, but definitely not impossible. And you know me after Resentless, not keen on gambling on that stuff, if I can help it.
Your fetish for power is simply barbaric. Where's the joy, the love? Your perfect world is as dull as dirt. I'll handle this myself.
I'll do it gets them a bit further forward.
Shouldn't have tried me.
Way to show us how it's done!
Leave this to me.
Well, hell. I've come this far. Might as well see the damn thing through to the end, lass.
It's our world, and we'll be the ones to shape it. Arcane and Valentia both.
This world doesn't exist as a plaything for dragons.
The greatest of powers is but one mistake away from utter tragedy. We know that all too well, and I refuse to stand aside and watch it happen.
I get the feeling my luck ran out the day I got mixed up in all this. But meh, why not? May as well see things through to the end.
I think I benched Kumui in the last run too. So we got to see a few new quotes.
I'll never accept a god so horrible.
This is your fate. All right, I'll handle this.
You're gonna pay for what you did to Celica, buddy. You're gonna pay hard. You're not stopping me here. At your service. I wasn't impressed.
Alright, everyone's coming out swinging.
Let us proceed. I'm ready to roll. I feel calmer, like I can see what the enemy is planning. I can handle this. Leave them to me.
Feeling good.
Come at me, fools! This ends here. This is my strength.
But Om's the one unleashing the crits. Not unsurprisingly, since he has 41 crit rate.
This is how it's done. I'll never yield.
Well, rip them.
I can tell I'm getting stronger.
Still no speed, although we don't really need that much speed for Duma. Yay, moguls! A million moguls. Everyone loves moguls. I definitely overestimated how bulky these enemies are gonna be.
Well, look at me go. Oh, I am still in that. I'll get this done.
Just leave it to me.
Just say the word.
Fine, twist my arm.
Stand back.
It's metaphysical, but whatever.
Leave this to me.
We can heal him after. They'll regenerate him a bit too, along with the Blessed Bow, so you probably won't even need healing really next turn.
The mother walks with me.
Yeah, these moguls are basically completely harmless. So we probably want to just try to get Conrad into range of the Bonites. Because he will, well, he might not have the greatest hit rate, but stat-wise, he way outstats them. Hey, Brad. Or welcome back, Brad, I guess, since, know you're in and out a lot. We made it to the fireworks factory, yes. It was very fireworksy. courtesy of Alm and Conrad, for the most part.
Excuse me? Good night. Mwah.
Yeah, heal on with Jenny. It's everyone else doesn't need healing.
I'm at the top of my game.
Yeah, knowing I want to run a Hunter's Volley here, among other things, definitely it should make this not nearly as long as the first time I did it. Especially since I also know how to kill Jenna this time. Although it was really funny to kill Duma and just leave Jenna hanging before. Yes, the explosive finale. For all of Duma. Or the Duma faithful.
Consider it an honor. Find peace in slumber.
Oh boy. I think those are the low-level witches though, so... not as bad as it could be. Yeah, these are the level 1 witches. Ah, not quite. So we have to try to double him to kill him. Otherwise, that would have been a very beautiful heavy draw.
You can't hit what can see you coming.
Okay, the flyer is up. These guys wouldn't have listed crit on Celica. But I do want them to fight Conrad, so we shouldn't have her in range.
So sorry. Wow, that was amazing.
Sorry, not your preferred outcome?
You're unstoppable.
All right, let's go.
Definitely costing us a little bit of time here with Alm's team having to make sure we got rid of the named guys, but Actually, I wonder if... Oh, they might all try to teleport behind and attack Gray. We'll see, I guess.
This is your fate. Come, Felix. You chose the wrong foe.
Oh, they decided to walk. Oddly. So I'm pretty sure they could have teleported behind to fight either Katria or behind to fight Gray. But they decided they didn't want to. Okay, Animus must be like counterattack from 3 houses. Because we're otherwise attacking from out of range. Oh yeah, there it is. Vengeful Cry for the Animus Ring. I guess Jeddah was the basis for Death Knight and all the other bosses, super bosses in 3 houses. Hey Shadow. 1 month left. Yeah, we're up for 3 hopes. I think the first time around you just kept hitting Jeddah until you randomly died. Didn't even matter in the swamp because you actually accidentally got him first try, I see. That's pretty funny.
Come, Felix. How's that? Tough luck. We're done here. Good night. Mwah.
Yeah, actually the rate at which I can kill these Muggles helps a lot. Because I think before, with my first run, I was using almost all iron and steel bows upgraded to 2 or 3 stars. So I had really accurate curve shots, but they weren't doing a whole lot without critting. I'd probably do a bunch of summons of my own if they weren't going to get in the way of my movement. Although I might have to. Actually, I might do it so that they try to line up, having them absorb the attacks. Or weakening, or opening up Doomit, or not Doomit, Jetta to being hit on the 4th hit. Oh, there's the teleport, going after Matilda.
Surely you didn't think that enough. It's over. You chose the wrong foe.
The rest of the witches are still walking. How much damage? So he's got 40 might, which becomes 29, halved is... It's either 14 or 15? That's still actually kind of in danger of critting Saber, or killing him on a crit. Jetta would have barely listed crit. 1%. Matilda one-shotting the witches.
All right. There we go. I shall double my efforts.
What is Duma's attack speed? Or not Duma, I keep saying Duma is Jetta. 10 attack speed. And then if we were to Ragnarok him, Celica would be just fast enough. Like 3 over him. Although, she probably... Yeah, she'd only be able to use it once if she got hit by his counter attack. Although we could probably run the Hexlock Shield.
Sorry,
Maybe I'll revisit your Fire Emblem Warrior save, warm up for the new game by playing a few maps. No harm in doing that.
Get lost! Did I get stronger again? Goodness.
Wow! Nice one!
Dude, Selka has nothing really to fear from any of this. The witches do 1 damage to her, the muggles do 1 damage to her. Pretty much just gotta worry about Jedi doing crap.
Open wide. Hey, it was you or me.
We can always count on you!
I'm not about to stop here. Phew. It's over.
Protecting you is a pleasure.
Tree. We want Excalibur instead. We got 33 attack. That's actually very significant against Jedi. Because we're doing 21 twice, and we have a high chance of crit if bombs around. And if we kept the Grimoire ring on, it'd actually be 38. Which actually cleanly won rounds. Well, I think we know what we're gonna do to Jenna. We just need to actually get him to turn 4. Or to attack 4.
Nice!
This is the difference between us. Farewell. Find peace in slumber.
The downside of killing the Mughals so fast is now which Cantors are making more witches. Which, I guess they're pretty wimpy, but still. Duma people in here too.
show us how it's done.
Is that one beefier somehow? Yeah, I guess it is a little bit of a higher level. How annoying.
Scatter before me! No! Thanks.
Oh, so strong.
Bye now. And we're done. Hey, looking good.
You're gonna pass me out here.
Everyone's kind of getting stuck on each other. Somewhat of the downside of using the summons. They're taking up real estate here for us. Oops. I was holding that down to fast forward, and of course, I skipped Duma's voice there.
Saw that coming a mile away.
Couldn't actually reach Kamui. Smooth.
Please. No.
Bow before Duma's eminence. Kneel before his awesome power.
So that's 2. Three. All the healing effects. It's way too many.
I'm counting on all of you.
Yeah, Jeddah just dies. As long as we heal Celica here.
Let us proceed.
Bye, Jenna.
All glory unto Duma! Ah, this cannot be! It mustn't! Lord Duma! My Lord Duma!
Nice going, lass.
I like how that despawned exactly one thing. Imagine not warping my Dreadfighter Ghosty back behind enemy lines. I mean, I want them to ram into Jeddah, so... I think there's been a few times I failed to get crits against eyeballs, but I'm using Hunter's Volley, so most of my Bone Knights have 40% crit rates. And they get to double attack, so... The odds are not super reliable, but they're enough that they should happen fairly frequently. And often when they don't matter, because, you know, Fire Emblem. I'll never find the loophole in my car insurance magical defenses. Clearly. And yeah, it's not that the illusions had to do it, it's that the illusions doing it is convenient because then I don't have to have Conrad take 30 damage. And yeah, it's every engagement, so doubling doesn't count. But then it's, from there, yeah, it's every multiple of 4 he's vulnerable. Should be on the bingo card, Jenna's death spawns exactly when he hits. That's starting to get kind of overly specific. I guess that's one thing that could have been in there if we were doing multiple bingo cards. It'd be one of those fun things to have in there for, like, if we're drawing from a pool of, I don't know, say like 60 tiles. Just as we got 4 bingo boxes unchecked and still only one bingo running through the center tile. Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but I guess we got a lot of unlikely stuff on that right side. What does shock me is that I never did get to the 3 Dreadfighters, but I guess part of that is Conrad's fault. Because screwing around with him was such a novelty that I never got that 3rd Dreadfighter. On the other hand, the Pitchfork got us a double bingo. So, in practice, Conrad actually doubled our bingos. Oof. A lot of injured people, but we've also got a lot of magic users. Plus, the Saints restore everyone around them, so... Eh?
Okay, I got this.
I will take care of this.
I thought I heard the mother's voice, but...
You thought you did, but you know, she's actually kind of dead at this point. Sorry, Silk. What a mess over here, though. We're probably gonna have to have Silk come up and use more invokes to mess with the Medusa. So getting the bonates across the lake is gonna be annoying.
Okay, I'm on it.
Hi, Captain.
Don't worry about me.
I also have to be careful about the Medusa overlapping with Duma, because Duma will pull, if I remember correctly. So we might need to do some shenanigans to get rid of the witch spawners. Hashtag shenanigans, indeed. Sorry, Silk Villa did a dump and run on Zofia. You don't gotta tell her it like that. Yeah, I didn't get, Actually, did... Yeah, I don't think I leveled up Tatiana enough for Fortify. Also, hello, Zane. Yeah, I guess three plus Silica Dread Fighters at this point would have been a triple bingo. At the time, it was not. Who would have been the third? Most likely Dean. Even though I did like that Jesse's luck would make him harder to crit. But Saber sort of picked up in that department too, so probably just Dean because of the lower distance to getting him to promoted is what would have happened. No, my ghosts!
Surely you didn't think that enough. You chose the wrong foe. It's over. This is the difference between us.
Actually, now that I think about it, I think I did have Silk the first time I played it, because I think it was Silk and Tatiana. Because I vaguely remember having two clerics with Olm, and I definitely did Pegasus Knight Fae on that run. 1 health.
Gonna be sore tomorrow.
Grant me strength! Move! I must complete my mission. That's no fair, Sonia. Why should you be the only one allowed to live as she chooses?
Farewell.
I completely forgot Hestia has that line there.
It seems so obvious now. I should have just lived as I pleased, like you.
Rip Hestia. So I know there's some dialogue with Sonya and Jedha if Sonya fights Jedha or something like that. That's true. If we hadn't crit, the 1 health down to 1 health would have stopped her from casting. And actually, I guess she didn't have a regen, so she would have been sitting there, I think. Or did she have a ring that gave her? No, because I think she had a Grimoire ring as well. But yeah, I don't think there's attack or defense boosting supports here. The best you can get for attack boosting, I guess, is plus crit. Time to reload, save, and deploy Sonya. No, I don't think. 'Cause I had Sonya last time. I don't think she was in any shape to win a fight against Jedha. Yeah, it's something I'm not too sure on because I just read it in passing. But I think there is a conversation for Sonya fighting Jedha here. And she's real angry about her sisters. Gets into the ridiculous territory. Bingo card option. Just spawned her killed on Duma's map while he just spawned one thing. I guess we're on a streak for that, aren't we? That's a little weird. Actually, is this gonna pull Duma? I'm not sure if this Red Fighter is gonna pull Duma. That might happen. Or the Moguls might kill it first. But we probably want to be careful about summons at this point. In fact, I think we're gonna hang back and see how Duma reacts before we do anything.
The mother walked
walks with me.
I'm ready to roll.
Yeah, Duma is definitely on the move.
Only power holds meaning. Only strength holds sway. Call to me. Thirst for me. Thirst for power.
But it missed the Dreadfighter.
Such naughty, willful children. Why won't you be good and listen to father?
Although Marla aggroing is good. That gets her out of position. And then if we kill her, then all we have to do is worry about Duma spawns.
This is a fight I cannot lose.
I won't ask forgiveness.
This one Dreadfighter illusion hanging back and stealing all the kills from Kamui. Rescue the Dreadfighter. I guess I could have done that. But as it turns out, it was actually advantageous. I was curious too to see. Duma is Nosferatu like it, yes. Thankfully, I guess. Wait, the Red Bull market tested thirst for power before eventually going with Red Bull gives you wings. I assume you're joking there. It'd be great if that were true. Actually, would it stop Hestia or Marwa from casting? Because Pact negates HP depletion. So I wonder if it would actually stop her from using Aura. No crit this time. Yeah, it still shows her as being able to attack, so I guess Pact still lets her do it. That's fine though. It's 33 attack against... I mean, it's 17 damage, which is still substantial against Conrad's Raz, but like, it's not like it's in any danger of killing him. And I'm not sure if Diva's... I think once he's aggroed, he does start moving, but he also still summons and uses upheaval. So he's probably not going to be super mobile. Which lets us dismantle the stuff around here, and then we can ignore Medusa, dude. We don't really need to kill him. You are joking. Well, slightly disappointed that they didn't actually try to go with that. Each time you see an item that gives you a float or flying status in RPGs, I keep saying you should make a mod to rename it Red Bull. You could always start with your favorite RPG.
Scatter before me!
Well, now he crits.
Do you really hate Father so? Such lost, misguided children.
Well, I have news for you. Your father's already dead, so you know, you could have just not fought us.
You chose the wrong foe.
Ooh, the double 79 missed.
Surely we didn't think that enough.
Okay, so he stopped to summon that turn. And he also went for upheaval. Cool.
I'm not about to stop here. I must complete my mission.
We have to get better.
This swamp is really getting in the way. Eventually I'm gonna have to move Alm up to deal with not Grima, Duma. Guess maybe we'll start shifting Alm up over here.
Fine, twist my arm. Consider it an honor. This is the difference between us.
Is that 5 range? 6 range? No. That's only because he can move, that's why it looks so wonky. Furniture? I mean, sure. We don't hate Duma, we just want to buy a car. Preferably a non-lemon, too. Up in 3 ups, so they can go with the FE Warriors method of nerfing uncontrolled captains. I felt like the FE Warriors captains were way better than when I played Samurai Warriors or Dynasty Warriors. Or in the very least, as long as you gave them directions, they were pretty good at executing them. Although the AI is very terrible with dealing with if they end up at weapon triangle disadvantage. There is that.
Spirit,
chose the wrong foe. It's over. That hardly felt sporting. Surely you didn't think that enough. You're not running. You chose the wrong foe.
Ah, they're still multiplying. This is why no one likes you, moguls.
Ready anytime.
Okay, I got this.
Sorry. Damn, I'm good.
Unimpeachable work.
It's over. How's this?
Splendid.
See if we can get Doom out of position, I guess.
I can take him.
So sorry about this. Well, I'm spent.
We definitely have enough physics where we should be able to keep healthy. We're just face baiting with him. Yeah, I guess it looks like he just summons if we're not in an actual attack range.
I'm counting on you.
Leave this to me. Come on, thugs.
So what is the actual damage on this? 42 becomes... It's like 36?
Don't hog all the glory.
I'm ready to roll.
Probably don't want to physic that Dread Fighter.
Shall we then? I can handle this.
We're kind of reaching a point where I don't know if
Watch me go!
we're even gonna have many other than like Alm and Celica and sort of Conrad in this fight. I guess you can put Alm in range here.
Not even close. This is my strength.
Alright, I guess we don't need the Blessed Bow to deal with the Muggles and counterattack at least.
There we go.
Yeah, looks like we take heavy magic damage.
You're not
15 damage. Well, keep in mind that the Illusionary Dread Fighter is also having the damage. So it's actually 30. Although,
Excuse me? So sorry.
at least with the Hexlock Shield, Alm can also sort of get away with the same. But we're gonna eventually need to pull out a real weapon against Uma. How close do we want Celica to this? Because, like, we want her crit bonus eventually, but I don't know if we want her to be in range on the following turn. I guess we'll take her over here and shuffle her up as if we need to. What was the hit rate on that? Was that a 14?
I'll get this done.
It's 51, right? Because it's a tome, so it's actually a 50-50 chance. Okay, well we got plenty of physics, so...
Farewell.
You can't hit what can see you coming.
Conrad continuing to be Conrad.
Nice work for me.
Is this a do or die part of the campaign? Can you get softlocked by not being able to take down Duma? Sounds like a skill should be. I see, Zane, I see. But, you could technically be considered soft-locked, I guess, because he could sit back and not be able to kill you, just summoning Muggles over again, over and over, but... I mean, eventually you need to go after him. But... I think it would be difficult to be fully stalemated. Just because the game also spends a bunch of time force-feeding before throwing you into this final battle. And I think hero bases would be shaky, but enough to kind of take him on with some strategy in terms of keeping healed up.
Sorry. Well, look at me go. I've got to hurry and catch up.
Open wide. Hey, it was you or me.
Don't hog all the glory.
Because in the very least, you would have... Well, I guess you wouldn't be guaranteed access, but like for the most part, unit recruitment is very easy, so... in the very least, it would be highly likely that you have, if nothing else, the two physics from Jenny and Tatiana. So at least gives potentially enough breathing room to actually fight. Jenny's heal is gonna be a little stronger. Actually, even Tobin can reach for the physic heal. That's actually kind of impressive. Even though this is one of those games where physic has range equal to your attack. Oh, I could go in on him here, but then he's gonna probably back up.
All right, let's go.
I'm pretty sure we can deal damage without needing the falchion until the final blow. And that Oculus actually has fairly high hit rate, except he doesn't seem to be using it. Well, actually, I guess the tentacle would be physical, so at least he's counterattacking with physical instead of ocular beaming me in retaliation. Although I think he would use, since the tentacle is only 1 to 2 range, he'd probably use the beam if we were fighting him at ranged range. So that's kind of interesting. You missed a 90, It's a Fates 90, so it's not even like actual 10% chance to miss. Oh, there's a lack of a crit from Leon. Okay, we'll see how Duma reacts here. Oh, he's actually just gonna straight up fight us instead of trying to outrange us.
You're mine! This is my strength!
Find peace in slumber.
And we're done!
You've stolen the spotlight again.
It just don't stop coming. Alright, I guess Alm's not really in too much danger here. And as long as we're engaged, I suppose he's not using up heal. Oh boy. Good thing those things aren't anything close to a threat to, too. Oh, never mind, there's that upheaval.
Done.
Hmm. Damn, it's kinda too early to want to pull him back, but we don't really want to fight him right now either. Actually, would it even be a good idea? We might want to, because he'll use the ocular beam if we try retreat. Whereas he's just attacking into our physical defense with Tentacle if we stay in 2 range. Yeah, I should have actually used someone with a higher attack so we got a full heal out of it. Alright, so... looks like we might be in range of taking him out next turn. I'm not 100%. Assuming he attacks into us and makes us counterattack him. Okay, never mind. He doesn't actually get to make an attack on us. I wasn't sure since he seemed to be doing double actions to an extent with the other stuff.
Sure, why not? Okay.
Exception.
Hi, Captain.
Buzz off, please. Congrats, you came in second.
I'm actually kind of impressed.
This is
Nice
your
crit.
Come on, folks.
Not that matters that much, but it's fun.
I can take him.
Yeah, I got it.
I'm counting on all of you.
Alright, 44.
Not even close. I'll never yield.
They're still multiplying.
your soul.
So I think we want to let him attack into Alm this turn, and then next turn we go in and falchion him.
It's been fun.
I can't remember if it just makes it so his hit point stops at 1, or if he gets a full heal, like, with Ashura.
Hello and goodbye. Sorry, not your preferred outcome?
Hey, looking good.
I can't believe I'm having all my Pegasi heading back in the rear. Well, because I don't really want to push in on the Medusa, dude. So, because like there's no reason to engage him. But the Moguls are hanging out in his range, so there's not really a lot that can be done right now. Unless I want to dedicate resources I'd rather put towards finishing Doom off to venturing in. But we can pretty much just walk. Using the Bonades, we just walk them out of approaching us anyway. That's annoying. Although that didn't stop me from moving. This is a halts enemy movement, but it definitely did not. Okay, I think we need to lure him out at this point. Because now he's actually starting to try to play keep away. Actually, we're almost at a point where, unless Duma starts making more Moguls himself, these are probably running their course.
This is your fate. That hardly felt sporting. Wow!
Bye now. Don't hog all the glory.
Buzz off, please. Well, I'm spent.
I'm actually kind of impressed. Stand back.
Surely you didn't think that enough. Too slow. Find peace in slumber.
Actually, Falchion... Damn, they multiplied again. Falchion might be enough now. Not quite.
I'll pray for your soul. Good. Now take care of the rest.
The chance I reach the hard cap of enemies that could be spawned in one map? Well, apparently not since they divided. Reason to engage the Medusa guys to let him see the look on his face when I let him have it. I don't really want to screw around with Medusa though. I guess like the Dread Fighters can kinda disrespect him a little bit, but he has 23 defense too, which is kinda not great. Like, Saber would deal 1 damage, Cliff would deal 1 damage. Yeah, it kind of feels like more trouble than it's worth.
Let us proceed.
It's over, Duma.
There we go.
Fernand, Milla, even my father. They and countless others lost to us, tainted by your precious power. But that chain of tragedies ends here.
My heart is full of thanks for all you've given man, O divine Duma. Without yours and Milla's bounty, Valentia could never have existed. They would never have been born into this world, never tasted joy and sorrow. So please, do not suffer any longer. Let all of our pain end here. Allow your great and weary soul the rest it deserves.
This ends here.
GG's. Chief Duma used cars.
I leave Valentia's future to you, her hero. Take from us what lessons you will, and shape her into a land to remember. Make her strong like Duma, and fill her with Milla's love. Let our grave mistakes be warnings of where not to tread as you lead her forth. Now we shall sleep, and never shall you disturb our slumber.
Oh, the fellow god is a feld. Yes. Make room for another fellow god.
So this is where you were.
Huh? Oh, hey, Celica.
You aren't going to be late to your own coronation, are you?
No, of course not. I'm just still wrapping my head around sitting on your father's throne. None of it feels real.
It isn't my father's throne. This isn't Sophia any longer, Alm. It's the one kingdom of Valentia. And you are going to be its first ruler.
Celica.
Please, don't misunderstand. I don't bear him any grudge. Not now. I just think he was a very sad man. Perhaps if I'd been there with him, I might have helped him change. If I have any regrets, it's that.
I know what you mean. Neither of us got the chance to stand by our fathers. If we'd been given the opportunity to learn more about each other, maybe things would have turned out differently for us.
Perhaps it was the same for Milla and Duma.
If only Rudolph hadn't made this whole huge plan that was not really that well conceived to begin with anyway. Is there even an FE game where there's no fell god? Yeah, I guess Path of Radiance. I mean, technically Radiant Dawn kinda counts, since Ashura is not really a fell god. Aside from that, I guess 7, not really. Yeah, the closest thing to a fell god in Radiant Dawn is actually the good guy. 7 is just like, yeah, it's a random dragon, not actually evil, just a dragon. I wouldn't really. I mean, I guess then we're kind of mincing technicalities since dragons aren't really gods either. But Midas doesn't feel particularly godlike to me. It's just like a demon dude. But I don't think he's really mentioned as any kind of actual god in the lore either. They call him the Demon King, which isn't really explicitly calling him a god or anything. Yeah, Amadeus isn't really a fell god either. That's what I'm kind of arguing, because he's a dragon tribe king. The FE7 dragon is a random dragon that's not a particular hierarchical position. Or, I guess another way to put it is he's low enough on the totem pole that Nidian can try to kill him without apparently without feeling any kind of guilt over it. It's- yeah, but he is as much of a god as Naga, which means that he really isn't, since Naga is pretty explicitly says, "No, I'm not really a god" in Awakening. But I guess it's kind of a fine line because they do have so much power that humans tend to see them as gods too.
I wonder. They've been fighting for centuries, right? Seems like a lost cause to me.
That's a terrible thing to say.
Sorry. I didn't mean any disrespect. But they're at peace now, you know? Asleep. Together.
Yes. They'll look down over this new Valentia forever from their mountaintop graves. And the trees. Do you know of them, Ohm? They say that where divine dragons sleep, sacred trees take root and grow.
Wow. Must be some trees.
In time, yes. They grow for hundreds, even thousands of years. Who can say what Valentia will look like once they've matured? Will endeavors continue without the grace and strength of the gods?
It couldn't possibly be a tree that's like 200 feet tall. Medeus isn't a fell god doom, it definitely isn't. Yeah, that's fair, because they're the similar status, really. I'm not sure if I'd call... Well, I guess after Valentia has had time to develop, I don't know if I'd call Naga as higher than Duma. Since Milla and Duma were, if I remember correctly, outcasts. Because they were pulling some vigilante shit. As far as the Divine Dragon tribe goes. So Naga kicked them out. Would you call it a permakill, though, if, they're just sleeping beneath the tree, apparently? Even if it's apparently an eternal sleep? No other weapon can get that close. What about Nosferatu, huh? Not even the legendary killer bow and hunters. Well, that's because it's not Nosferatu.
They won't continue on their own. We have to make it happen. We'll forge a land where we can do just that. All of us. Together.
That sounds lovely, Ohm. And you're right. I know we can do it.
We can. And we will. I think Milla and Duma gave us one last gift. The strength to trust in our own abilities. Anyway, it's time. Let's go, Celica.
Gladly.
And so
Yay.
the long war drew to a close. After countless sacrifices, at last, a new peace dawned in Valentia. Was it inexorable fate that saw this conflict erupt? No man or woman alive can say. Only one truth is clear. War will come again, when man grows proud and slothful once more, and its flames will devour one and all, raging until the very earth itself lies scorched and bare of life.
Looking at you, Walhart.
Madness lay in the hearts of gods. A darkness deeper still beats wild in the hearts of man.
Thanks for sticking around as long as you did, RMF. Have a good sleep. If you want, you can, if you want to see what happened to them, you can always look it up online anyway. Looking at you, Grima. Yeah, Grima too. Although in Grima's case, I blame Fornius. Because maybe if he wasn't such a bad dragon parent, then we wouldn't have ended up with a crazed psychopathic dragon. I forgot that this, Wait, did we... 1,084 enemies? That doesn't sound right. That's gotta be health pool. Because, like, the counters are bad, but not that bad. Or, if not health pool, battle rating or whatever that crap is. Their power, their total rating. Yeah, I figured as much after I looked at it for a second, and I'm pretty sure we didn't spawn 1,000 enemies on that map. I really don't like battle rating. It's such an uninformative stat.
On an ocean of stars, lo, an angel they see, untouched by the war that they waged.
Wait, are we not? Okay, there we are.
By their scars appear
Mycen is the One Kingdom's new chancellor and right-hand man to King Alm. 1. Against Sir Mycen worked tirelessly towards the kingdom's restoration. Despite his formal standing and title, the king and queen continued to love him like a grandfather.
the king and erasing the
Bison who did nothing. Zeke. The fires of war had illuminated the dark recesses of Zeke's memory. But he loved Tatiana too much to burden her with his torturous past. So he chose to bear it in silence as they lived out their lives together. Okay, maybe I don't need to read as fast as I am. Tatiana prayed that Zeke's memory would remain hazy, and the two eventually did live something of a happy life. Though they were parted at times, Zeke always returned to Tatiana's side in the end. Yeah, he just eventually goes off to war again. No big deal. After spearheading the unification of the Milla and Duma faithful, Nova became the new sect's high priest. Despite being adored by a congregation numbering in the tens of thousands, his friends attest that he retained his playful, light-hearted nature all his life. Clive was appointed the first captain of the One Kingdom's Brotherhood of Knights. The One Kingdom just sounds really ominous. His talent and honesty made him popular with commoners and nobles alike, and under his leadership, the knights flourished. He and his lovely wife were objects of the people's envy. Shortly after the war, Dean vanished without a trace, along with the Brave Sword. But did it? Did it really? No record exists of his whereabouts thereafter. I guess he was still holding one of the Brave Swords at the end. At least I think he was. Or maybe I convoyed it. The war left Valentia with many wounded, and Silk traveled to the former Rigel to heal all that she could. Her exact path is difficult to retrace, but anecdotes survive across the continent telling of the countless lives she saved. Yoink, mine now. Of course. Clive was appointed hot stallion in all of Valentia. Clearly. Painfully aware of the inadequacy of his magic, Luthier journeyed across the sea. What he did there is unclear, but stories tell of a steady stream of angry ruffians who later came to Valentia with a bone to pick with an eccentric mage. Does his ending actually change depending on what weapon he had? I don't think so. He just started with a Brave Sword, so I think that's why it says that. After falling in a most unlikely love, Jenny and a man who no one would ever expect. As for whom she married, exactly no one can say. Yep, I guess I wasn't looking at that. Or didn't read that fast enough. Forsyth joined the One Kingdom's Knights after the war, working hard to bring order back to the land. Time took off some of his more caustic edges, and he served many years alongside Clive as a poised and thoughtful lieutenant. Journeyed to Asker, obviously. But in Asker, he's using a dagger. After successfully founding a mercenary kingdom in Greece's former land, Jesse then proved successful at ruling it. In times of strife, he worked with Om to secure peace. Tales of his valor are told even now, in which he's reverentially called the steel amidst the sand. Okay. After returning to the mountain home where his brothers waited, Atlas resumed his life as a lumberjack, though his work defending the village from bandits continued to win him admiration. While retired from the army, he was always first to aid the queen in times of need. With his amazing fire spell. Did he remain a Forsyth to be reckoned with? Good question. Lucas joined the One Kingdom's Brotherhood of Knights, and after retiring, founded a school where he devoted himself to his students' education. His calm, intellectual mien won him many friends, and he never longed for companionship throughout the rest of his days. It's 277 battles with 35 victories for Valvar. Yeah, he didn't kill much. Valvar joined the One Kingdom's Brotherhood of Knights at Alm's request, where he worked to train the next generation. While loved for his open and honest nature, he spent his years happily surrounded by friends and admirers. Yay, happy Valvar ending. Matilda cast her armor aside and wed Clive. She was rarely seen in public after that, having chosen to support her husband from behind the scenes instead. However, her legendary exploits as a knight are sure to live on forever in Valentian history. What? It's a terrible ending. After returning to the Priory on Novus, Bowie weathered a trying courtship with May until the two were wed. Children came soon and in a plentiful number, giving the pair a host of new excuses to argue. Joy takes curious forms at times, but Bowie was a happy man indeed. Whether she became a housewife. Maybe? Successfully reunited with her sisters, Est returned home in triumph. Tales of her further exploits line the pages of Orkanea's history books. That's for another game. Having rescued Est as planned, Pella returned home in triumph. Tales of her further exploits line the pages of Orkanea's history books. Yay, copy pasta endings. Don't I wish I'd use S more? Intrigued by Jesse's idea, can we help found a kingdom of mercenaries and lived there happily for a time. In the end, however, his wanderlust prevailed. One day he went for a stroll and simply vanished, never to be seen again. That sounds like he was murdered. You guys might want to look into that. As the Knight of the One Kingdom, Claire worked hard on behalf of the continent in time. In time, Gray's tenacity won her over and she became his wife and then a mother. But Claire never stayed grounded. She and her Pegasus continued to race across the sky. Gawkers be damned. As one of the most scrupulous knights of the One Kingdom's Brotherhood, Tobin spent his life serving his friend King Alm. The king, in turn, placed a great deal of trust in Tobin, eventually granting him both a title and his own castle. And same as Pella, basically. Yay. Oh, hello, Pokemon. Wait. A reference to Adel? After the war, Delthea decided to lock away her magic and pursue a wild and happy life as an ordinary woman. She found herself the perfect husband at court, but made a point to return to her village often, where she would liven things up with tales of her brother. Along with Jesse, Saber helped build the foundation of a new kingdom of and for mercenaries. He continued working as a sellsword for years to come, and aided the One Kingdom on many occasions, always with his stunning bride by his side. With the war over, Cliff bid Elm farewell and vanished, with some speculating that he left for a new continent. Decades later, a young man claiming to be Cliff's son arrived in Valentia to serve the king. Boy was said to have a tremendous gift for magic. Okay. Unable to get Alm out of her mind, Faye returned to her old life in Ram Village. Eventually, she met and married a suitor who claimed he did not mind her pining for the king, though her habit of vanishing without notice for days at a time continued to worry her new family. Oh dear. While the One Kingdom offered him a knighthood, Python chose a quieter life as head of a frontier militia that defended villages and towns from brigands. His old friend would visit now and then, often with a bottle the two would use to while the night away. Yeah, Faye really should have gone over her own, just because, like, the A support made it seem like she really would have set it to bed. Welcomed into the One Kingdom's Brotherhood of Knights, Leon remained at Valbar's side until an injury ended his fighting career. He then took up work as a merchant in the city market where he lived free, happy, and dauntlessly true to himself to the last. May returned to Novus and resumed her work at the Priory with Bowie. The two bickered endlessly before and after their wedding, while managing to raise many children during the pauses between barbs. Both of them often remarked that they couldn't possibly be happier. Build your marriage on trash talking, I guess. Post-war, Conrad put down his lance and took up a quill, beginning a long career as a civil servant. Following Myson's retirement, he became Chancellor, shepherding Valentia's prosperity for years. Despite an endless chain of suitors, he remained single all his life. He was just too bishy. He couldn't settle down. As a man of the One Kingdom's Brotherhood of as a member of the One Kingdom's Brotherhood of Knights, Gray worked diligently at restoring the continent. He applied himself equally to winning Claire's heart and beat Tobin out in the end. As he was heard to say, pick the guy with the big heart, not the pretty face. That coming after the Conrad one is, Gray, you throwing stones here? In marrying Alm, Selka became the first queen of the One Kingdom of Valentia, and aided her king with wisdom and compassion, believed by the people to be a reincarnation of Milla. That's weird. She was universally loved for her work fostering peace within the nascent kingdom. As first king of the One Kingdom of Valentia, Alm spent his life restoring the continent to glory. He would be remembered fondly by later generations as Saint King Alm the First, who cast off the gods' oppressive yoke and founded a dynasty that would last 1,000 years. And be ended by Walhart being a douche. Once you get rid of one faith, you gotta find another to replace it. It's just how these things go, apparently. And the end. The military. Palm's empire expanded across the entire continent. Who did he win his glory from? I don't know. I mean, it kind of feels like it's not really the really one kingdom with, say, Jesse getting his own sort of mercenary nation. It's kind of weird. Lord, today I will see who is the strongest in the world. Just like yesterday. Ah. Your first playthrough was rough and a lot of good people died. I can imagine, because the game can get a little iffy sometimes with those crit rates. Yeah, Saber wasn't looking too good on Battles of Victories for sure. It's same as Valbar. They had a lot of issues early game where they didn't really have killing power if they wanted to have survivability. So they kind of just walled things, and Celica and company blew them up instead. Yeah, GG indeed. We managed to finish, well, within an expanded period of time, but I could have ended, with I guess we were about 4 and some change hours in. But we were right there, we might as well, figured we might as well have finished. And that sets us up to start Radiant Dawn on Friday. I did get a chance to test the tank, and it's quite satisfying, so we'll be running that. It was a little finicky in terms of options, but I kind of expected that going in, considering warnings on the tank, but, you know. So yeah, that gives us... yeah, a little over a month to get through Radiant Dawn, which is a very long game, so... I'll probably be skipping the story. And maybe towards the end I might even turn off animations, depending. Particularly for part 4 if we get stuck fighting a lot of reinforcements. Which we may have to do on purpose since it is the triple catastrophe where we're using Ranulf, Leth, and Lyre. And taking them to the end game. Which is going to be fantastic for training because the cat transformation gauge is garbage. That's what makes it fun, right? So yeah, that's what schedule is gonna look like for next while. We'll be doing it. Maybe it's just straight up Friday, Sunday, Wednesday until it's done. And hopefully, when it's done, it'll be before Three Hopes comes out. Otherwise, we might have to do some juggling or something, I don't know. Alright. See ya, Yoshi, thanks for watching. I'm gonna... see if there's anyone to raid here. I haven't had a lot of luck with that the last few times. Yeah, none of the Fire Emblem streamers that I follow, so maybe we're just done for the night, so yeah, thanks for watching everyone, hope to see you Friday, and have yourselves a good night.